Cek, cek, cek. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang membawa surat perjalanan dinas, nanti bisa dikonfirmasikan ke panitia. Sekali lagi, bagi Bapak Ibu yang membawa surat perjalanan dinas dari instansi masing-masing, nanti bisa dikonfirmasikan ke panitia. Terima kasih.
Cek, 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 cek.
Cek, 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 cek.
Cek, Google cek, cek, Google cek, cek. Cek, cek, Cek. Cek. 안녕하세요.
Cek, cek. Keluar kok. Cek, ini. Masa iya? Ini yang sini siapa? Iya, iya. Coba. Wifi.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami dari Gita Kinasi Khair Win Saizu Purwokerto mengucapkan selamat datang kepada peserta Saizu International Conference on Transdisciplinary Religious Studies. Ku buka album biru penuh debu dan usang. Ku at me, you may think you see who I really am, but you never know me. Every day it's as if I play a part. Now I see, if I wear a mask, I can fool the world, but I cannot fool my heart. Who is that girl I see, staring straight back at me? Why is my reflection show who I am inside? I am now in a world where I have to cry my heart and what I believe in, but somehow I will show the world what inside my heart and be loved for who I am. Who is that girl I see, staring straight back at me? Why is my reflection show who I am? Must I pretend that I live for all time? Where will my reflection show who I am inside? Yes, words, we don't need to know the reason why. Why must we all conceal what we think, how we feel? Must there be a secret me I'm forced to hide? Why someone else for all time? Why is my reflection so who I am inside? Who I am inside. I will leave my heart at your door. I wanna say a word that wouldn't say before you know. So why don't we just play pretend like we're not scared of scared of having nothing left. Look, don't make me wrong. I know there's no tomorrow. All I ask is if this is my last night with you. Help me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do, and matter what it means. 'Cause I will never love again. I don't need your honesty. It's worrying your eyes, and I'm sure why this be for me. No one knows me like you do, and since you're the only one that matters, tell me, who do I run to? Don't get me wrong, I know there's no tomorrow. All I ask, if this is my last night with you, help me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand while we do what lovers do. It matters how these end. 'Cause what if I never love again? Senyummu memikat hatiku yang hampa lara. Senyum membawa tawa, tawa membawa cerita, cerita kasih indah tentang kita. Terkadang ku ragu, kadang tak percaya, tapi ku yakin kau milikku. Kau membuatku bahagia di saat hati ini terluka. Kau membuatku tertawa di saat hati ini terbawa, terbawa oleh cintamu untukku, untuk kita. Terkadang ku ragu, kadang tak percaya, tapi ku yakin kau milikku. Kau membuatku bahagia di saat hati ini terluka. Kau membuatku tertawa di saat hati ini terbawa, terbawa oleh cintamu untukku, untuk kita. Kau membuatku bahagia di saat hati ini terluka. Kau membuatku tertawa di saat hati ini terbawa, terbawa oleh cintamu untukku, untuk kita.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to deliver an announcement about the network connection. If you would like to need a network connection, the Wi-Fi password will be Salmon Woku. The Wi-Fi password will be Salmon Woku.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The third Saifuddin Zuhri International Conference on Transdisciplinary Religious Studies 2023 is about to begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the third Saifuddin Zuhri International Conference on Transdisciplinary Religious Studies 2023, presenting the theme Implementing Religious Values on Transdisciplinary Studies for Human Civilization.
I am Winda Riyati Diakusumawanti.
And I am Ira Wahidiati.
We are as your Master of Ceremony for today. The Honorable Rector of State Islamic University of Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto. The Honorable, the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs and Institutional Development. The Honorable, the Vice Rector of General Administration, Planning and Financing Affairs. The Honorable, the Vice Rectors of Students Affairs and Cooperation.
And also the honorable speakers, Dr. Abdel Aziz Abbasi from Sadra and Ghazalian Institute, Al Jazeera. The Honorable Professor Frans Witten from Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf, MA from Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Sulkan Hakim, SAG, MM from State Islamic University of Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri, Purwokerto.
I would like to welcome all presenters and participants today. First of all, let us thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who gave us a blessing so we could gather at this event. The second is to our greatest prophet, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who guided us in the right way.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent speakers, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentations begin, please allow me first to read the agenda for today. The first is Kalamullah. The second is the national anthem. The third is Mars of Win Saizu. The fourth is the opening speech. And the last is the closing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the opening session. Without further ado, I would like to invite you to the first agenda. It is Kalamullah or Quran recitation, which will be delivered by Dr. Haji Muhroji, MSE. Please welcome Dr. Haji Muhroji, MSE. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum Inna khalaqnakum min dzakarin wa untha وجعلناكم شعوبا وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. Sadaqallahul azim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Haji Muhroji, MSE.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is the national anthem and march of UIN Saizu, will be conducted by the choir of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Please welcome the choir of the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to stand up and join the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you very much for the choir of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the choir of the Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following session is the opening speech. Will be delivered by the Rector of State Islamic University of Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto. Please welcome the Rector of State Islamic University of Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Honorable Vice Rector, first, second and third of the State Islamic University, Profesor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto, Profesor Dr. Haji Fauzi MAK, Profesor Dr. Haji Ridwan MAK, and Profesor Dr. Sulhan Hakim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Honorable Vice Rector, first, second, and third of the State Islamic University, Profesor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Juhri Purwokerto, Profesor Dr. Haji Fauzi MAG, Profesor Dr. Haji Ridwan MAG, and Profesor Dr. Sulhan Hakim MAG, and Director of Study Center of Pengayungan Culture and Development, Dr. HM Ajib, and they're all of Pengayungan community, rahimakumullah. Respectable all distinguished invited speakers from several abroad universities in Indonesia, as well as all excellent selected presenters and participants. We are very grateful for your participation and contribution of this conference. All community of conference, thank you for conducting this applicable international conference admirably. I am sure all of the community are persevering to make this event a success one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are now entering the Pengayungan College area, also as the Republic, as also known as the Republic of Ngapak. Republic of Ngapak. Ngapak is a native language of Banyumas Raya Regency. The slogan to express the proud of using Ngapak culture is orang Ngapak, orang kepenak. Orang Ngapak, orang kepenak, which mean no Ngapak, no slug. At UIN Saizu, the State Islamic University, Profesor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Juhri Purwokerto, you will find Pengayungan Corner, Pengayungan Museum, and Study Center Development of Pengayungan Culture. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opening session of the third Saizu International Conference of Transdisciplinary Islamic Studies, Saizu I countries, on behalf of the Rector of the State Islamic University, Profesor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Juhri Purwokerto, I would like to express my gratitude to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for this event. I am so grateful to have such an admirable conference, the third Saizu I countries. This event is the third year of the Saizu International Conference on Transdisciplinary Religious Studies, and hoping will become an annual event at Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Juhri Purwokerto. This conference is an academic platform for our campus in dealing with scientific issues addressed by international scholars. On behalf of the Rector, it is my pleasure to support this valuable academic event. It is nice to listen that the paper presented and the conference will be published. It would elevate our academic reputation individually and institutionally. Ladies and gentlemen, the development of the era raises various problems in various fields, nationally and internationally. Various international issues such as global economic instability, moral degradation, cybercrime, and conflict between regions are hot issues that must be resolved immediately to create world peace. Based on various existing studies, it is doubtless the religious values have an essential role in solving problems. The third Saizu icon trees with the theme implementing religious values on transdisciplinary studies for human civilization is a scientific study for academics to explore various issues and problems and find solutions while living religious values from multiple perspectives. The topic of this conference is very suitable. The publication of this event will make a real contribution to providing a solution to this problem. Happy audiences. This notable event brings a transdisciplinary approach to deal with the vision of our university, namely interconnection and integration of sciences, Jabalul Hikmah, or in a particular term, scientific integration based on Islamic localities and Melayu Raya studies. Localities or budaya penginyongan, pengembangan budaya penginyongan and Melayu Raya studies. From international conference, we will be able to realize our vision into time-short academic activities. Great academicians. Thus, my brief welcome and keynote speech, and again thank you all. Before we are going to start this conference, on behalf of the Rector of UIN, Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto, allow me to open this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good luck everybody and happy a fruitful conference. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let's give once again a big round of applause for the Rector of State Islamic University, Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto.
Ladies and gentlemen, after we have the official opening speech from the rector, we would like to deliver our gratitude to the speakers today by giving certificates and seminar kits to the speakers. For the Dean of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training Faculty, Professor Dr. Haji Suito M.A.G., the floor is yours. And then for the outstanding speakers. The first will be Professor Franz Witzen. The second, Professor Dr. Sulhan Hakim, SAG, MM. The third, Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf, MA. And the fourth, Dr. Abdelaziz Abachi, and also our moderator for today, Mr. Maulana Mualim, MA.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the opening ceremony, we invite the officials, the deans, and the invited guests to take photograph with the speakers. Then we invite all the committee of the third eye countries to take photograph with the speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last session of the opening ceremony is the closing session. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. I believe that we will have a very interesting discussion today. Thank you to the distinguished guests, presenters, and all participants for joining the opening ceremony.
On behalf of the Committee of the Third I countries, we would like to thank all sources, including the leaderships, the speakers, presenters, participants, and all parties cannot be mentioned individually for their various inputs, assistance, and contribution so that this conference can be carried out effectively.
Hopefully, this hard work can provide so many benefits for all parties to improve the quality of education, to increase the competitiveness in the global world, and give benefits to the nation and state.
Now, we have come to our main agenda, the plenary session. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Mr. Maulana Mualim, SPD MA, a lecturer of Faculty of Tarbiyah and Teacher Training, and currently pursuing a doctorate degree at Yogyakarta State University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Maulana Mualim, SPD MA. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, Rectors of the State Islamic University, Professor K. Haji Saifuddin Zuhri, Purwokerto, and Vice Rectors, Honorable Deans, Vice Deans, Directors, and Heads of Departments of UIN Saizu Purwokerto, Honorable invited speakers, we have Professor Frans Wiezen from Radboud University, the Netherlands. Please give applause to Professor Frans Wiezen. And also we have Professor Sulhan Hakim, SAG, MM, from UIN Saizu Purwokerto. Please give applause. We have Dr. Abdulaziz Abbasi from Sadra and Ghazali Institute, Algeria. And finally, we have Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf, MA, from Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Please give applause. All presenters of the parallel session, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third Saizu International Conference on Transdisciplinary Religious Studies, or I countries. This is an annual conference. We have done this last year and the previous year. And this time we have the theme, Implementing Religious Values on Transdisciplinary Studies for Human Civilization. My name is Maulana Mualim. I would like to act as the moderator of the plenary session. And this plenary session will be divided into two. So we'll have two speakers, and after that we will have a 15-minute breaks. And after that we will continue to the other two speakers. And we are very delighted that all of our speakers could attend this conference in person. Please, thank you very much for coming to this conference in person. Right, ladies and gentlemen, here is the plenary session. Each speaker will be given maximum of 40 minutes. It is actually scheduled from 9 to 12:30, but we know that there is a delay, but I will try to organize the conference, the speech to end on time. So for the first session, we will have two speakers. We will have Professor Frans Wiezen from Radboud University, who is going to talk about theology and technology for environmental conservation, religion, and science in transdisciplinary studies for human civilization. Very interesting. And following Professor Frans Wiezen, we will have Professor Dr. Sulhan Hakim, SAG, MM, from UIN Saizu Purwokerto with his topic, with his title, Increasing Awareness of Religious Moderation, Youth Interaction and Online Games. Wow, this is very relatable with, I see there are a lot of young people here, so that will be very relatable with the audience of today's conference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to, before I invite Professor Frans Wiesen to deliver his talk, I would like to introduce to you his profile. Professor Wiesen has a very long CV, so I was really troubled to summarize them because every point in this CV is very important. So I would like to shorten the profile of Professor Wiesen. So Professor Wiesen was from the Netherlands. He was born in Maastricht, the Netherlands, in 29 May 1956. He is currently a professor, a director of the School of Advanced Studies in Theology and Religion. He is also the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Philosophy, Theology and Religious Studies, Radboud University, Nijmegen. He is Domain Panel Theology and Religious Studies, Quality and Relevance in Humanities in 2016 to 2022. Dean of the Faculty of Theology, Radboud University from 2011 to 2019, and many other position in the campus. He's also a visiting professor at Universitas Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Frans Wiesen. And Professor, time is yours.
Selamat pagi. Good morning. That's for you. To this calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers, organizers, guests, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here this morning and to share some ideas on an interesting but also a complex topic. Religious values in transdisciplinary studies for human civilization. And I thank the rector, the vice rector, Professor Fauzi, for the invitation. I was sent a letter, and in the letter it says the goal of this conference is to contribute to the exploration of the interconnection between religion and modern science in providing solutions to various humanitarian problems that are still based on religious values. That are still based on religious values. End of quote. Honestly speaking, I was a bit puzzled by this topic and also by the invitation. I always look at texts very carefully that are still based on religious values. It seems as if there is a competition between religious values and modern science in solving humanitarian problems, and that is something that I will talk about. And it seems as if the writer of the text is a bit maybe afraid that religious values will disappear, or maybe it is even a problem. In this lecture, I will focus on a very specific humanitarian problem, namely environmental degradation. And my question will be whether or not, and if yes, in what way religious values or religion could or should contribute to solving this humanitarian problem. Now, The topic of this conference wants us to address religious values and modern science. And in thinking about environmental degradation and all the solutions that we can give to environmental degradation, there is always an issue about modern science and technology. And there is a dilemma, or let's say an argue, between two camps, two directions. We call them deep ecology on the one hand and eco-modernity on the other hand. And if I look at the literature, this debate has always been framed in traditionalism, making use of modern wisdom, local wisdom, and modernity, modern science, religious environmentalism versus secular environmentalism. Going back to nature, or small is beautiful, versus a belief in a circular economy and a green technology. The issue that I'm focusing here on is the relationship between a general human, sometimes called secular, attempt at environmental conservation versus specific religious, read Muslim, commitment with environmentalism, or Islamic environmentalism, or Muslim environmentalism, and all the labels, eco-Islam, Islam, Sharia, eco-Pesantren, and so on, and so on, and so on. And then the organizers want us to speak about human civilization. Now, what does it mean, human civilization, in relation to this topic? Is anthropocentrism a manifestation of human civilization, the human being above everything, above nature? Do we speak about humans and nature as if they are two entities? Or are humans in nature? We are not distinct from nature, but we are in nature. Or is nature in us? Now, this is the topic that I will be reflecting on, and I will think about this from the perspective of environmental degradation. And when I was preparing this lecture, I really was puzzled by the topic, and I thought, how can I make sense? And let me follow the variables of the invitation. So first, I will talk about religious values and secular values. What is the issue here? Second, I will talk about the relationship between religion and modern science. Third, I will talk about what does this mean for transdisciplinary studies, because that is the topic of this conference. And I end this lecture by focusing on humanitarian problems and human civilization. The next slide, please. So my first topic is religious and secular values. What is the relationship between religious values and human civilizations? Talking about environmental degradation, the first studies on this topic came from secular sciences. It was not religion that was the first to address this topic. Was first, but it was a lady, American biologist, Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, already in the late 1950s. She spoke about the environmental crisis. This is seen as the beginning of the environmentalism debate. One of the first authors to respond to environmental challenges from a religious perspective was the Muslim philosopher Sayyid Hussein Nasr, whose study came much earlier than the study of the American historian Lynn White, the historical roots of our ecological crisis. However, for one or another reason, Sayyid Hussein Nasr never got the attention that Lynn White got. If you Google, you will find thousands, 10,000s of quotations of Lynn White, but much lesser to Hussein Nasr. In her book, Muslim Environmentalisms, the American scholar Anna Gates distinguishes between social and religious motivations for Muslim environmentalism. She defines environmentalism as a secular concept and frames the debate in terms of a general human, read secular, attempt, and a specific religious, read Muslim, response to environmental degradation. And the whole book is framed in terms of non-governmental organizations versus faith-based organizations, the West, secular, in her view, and the East, or the rest of the Muslim world, religious, in her view. Between brackets, you notice the way I talk about it. I'm not so comfortable with making those dichotomies. Now, she argues against the colonization of the Muslim world by the Western, read secular, environmentalist activists. And she argues for a unique Muslim, a unique Islamic approach to environmentalism. There are also who are a bit skeptical about religious contribution to environmentalism. There are many studies, I cannot quote all of them. There is an interesting study by Ibnu Fikri, Indonesian, shows that religious organizations came too late and do too little. There is an interesting article by my colleague Zainal Bagir and Najia Martiam showing a gap between, on the one hand, Islamic teaching and, on the other hand, Islamic practice. Now, recently I published an article based on a research in Pasuruan on plastic. It's my hobby. And I noticed that NU has a fatwa against the use of plastic, is makruh. But there are many pesantren who produce air mineral and they distribute it in plastic bottles. One of the pesantren we found out in Pasuruan, only one, produces 500,000 bottles per day, only one small pesantren. So immense amount of plastic per day. And surprisingly, NU has a fatwa against the use of plastic. On the other hand, you found many pesantren who produce a lot of plastic. So that is, we have to be critical about it, and we also have to be honest. So the debate is framed in terms of the polarity between religious and secular values. There are people who really advocate religious values and say, well, we can make a contribution, we can or we must make a contribution. And there are people who are a bit critical and skeptical about it. Now, recently we conducted a large-scale research in Indonesia about how do people perceive the relationship between humans and nature. How do people relate to humans and nature? And then, of course, from a Muslim perspective, the idea of stewardship, al-Khalifa, comes up. I will talk about it later. And interestingly, in our large-scale survey, 1,200 respondents, representative, we find two versions of stewardship. One, a religious stewardship, and another type of secular stewardship. I don't need to be a Muslim to know that I have to care for the earth. I know that as a human being. And interestingly, the highest agreement also among Muslims was not with the religious steward, it was with the secular steward. And I will reflect upon that later on. So we relate to nature primary, not because we are Catholic, Muslim, or Buddhist, or whatever, but we relate to nature because we are primarily human beings. And all human beings in the whole world relate to nature. That is an existential issue. Does that mean that religion is irrelevant? I will come to that later. And if not, what then is the contribution of religion? But we have to be honest, the idea that we have to care for the earth, let's say stewardship, is not an idea in itself, although it is clearly expressed in religious text, both in the Quran and in the biblical text and in other religious texts. But religious people cannot say, this is ours, and you have nothing to contribute. So does religion make a difference? Do we need religion? And if the answer is yes, what is the added value of religion? So I hope to address a little bit the question of human civilization, what makes human civilization human, and the religious values. And then in the invitation, is it a problem when religion disappears? What is the added value of religion? Okay, that was my first topic to prepare the ground. The next slide, please. Religion and modern science, that was clearly in the invitation. Now, if we say yes, and of course we are in an Islamic university, so we tend to say yes, Islam, religion does make a difference. But if we look carefully, what is it? What then is the contribution of religion, or Islam in particular? We clearly see that it goes into quite different directions. I will come back to that later. As I said in my introduction, normally this debate is framed into traditionalism. We go back to the local wisdom. We go, small is beautiful. And the other is modernism, linking it to science and technology. And when we look at the literature, and you are familiar with that, very often it is said, Nahdlatul Ulama, that is traditionalism, and Muhammadiyah, that is modernism. Now, we did quite some case studies, and I supervise some PhD students. And in most of those studies, it is clear that you cannot make that distinction. I give you one example. I supervise a case study on the Kartini Kandeng, the ladies, the women who fight the cement industry in Kendeng Mountain. And we clearly see that within one organization, in this case, Nahdlatul Ulama, we see quite different positions. There are two camps. One camp is defining the cement industry within Nahdlatul Ulama, and the other camp is in favor of the cement industry. I quote popular figures in social media. One is Maimun Zaibir, defending the cement industry, who says the concern of the state should be prioritized. I want Indonesia to be prosperous. So the idea is, we are the fourth largest country in the world. We want to belong to the top 10 economies in the world. So we need toll roads, and we need, that is progress. And we have to accept as human beings, when we want to be prosperous, of course, we have to cut trees and so on and so on. And maybe we can restore or reforest, but we want to proceed. And he even said that the women who are against the cement mining, they are only serving their own interest, because they want to cultivate their land, and they don't want to their land to be taken over by the cement industry. That was one argument. And there are others within Nahdlatul Ulama who reject the cement mining. Ahmad Mustafa Bisri, he's skeptical about science, skeptical about technology, critical about market. You say, oh, these are only big companies, they want to make money. And the technology that only exploits our earth and destroys our earth. So a very critical voice. He said, the greediness of human beings is the cause of environmental damage. That puzzles me a little bit. Because if we think about the contribution of religious value, there are people who say, well, religion has no added value, and even critical about religious value. They say, well, religions always come too late and they do too little. And of course, then you say, no, I'm going to defend religion, I'm going to defend Islam or Catholicism or whatever. But if we think about it critically, then we are confronted with the reality that if we argue from religious perspectives, our answers go into quite different directions. So there is an institutional fragmentation, as I have shown. Even within one and the same organization, in this case Nahdlatul Ulama, you have quite different understandings of what could and what should be done. So religion and modern science. Go to the next slide, please. The next slide, yeah. Okay. When we go to the transdisciplinary studies, that was the third variable in our topic. One of the issues that both camps disagree upon is what is the added value of modern science and technology. And as I said already, there is one camp that is very critical about modern science and technology as responsible for massive exploitation of the earth. And I think I did not read everything of Nasser, but I think that Said Nasser was a bit critical about that type of science, and he spoke about spiritual science and integration of sciences. I will come back to that. But science and technology in themselves don't have a direction. When you study science and technology, you know a lot about how are the facts, what is the reality, and you can say something about what is possible. What is possible, for example, from a technological perspective, going back to the issue of plastic, I know that there is a range of alternatives to plastic. We have biodegradable packages and so on and so on. We have various types of plastic, very bad type of plastic and a bit less type of plastic, because I can measure all the effects, health effects, nature effects, and so on and so on. But a science scholar does not have a preference in that sense. You only show this is possible and this is not possible. So for going into a certain direction, we need a normative reference. And that is where religion and theology can come in. Learning from modern science, this is possible, these are effects, and so on and so on. From a theological or religious perspective, we can say, okay, this is preferable. In this case, trying to find a balance between, on the one hand, progress, as the one scholar said, yeah, we have to proceed, and the other hand, we have to care for the earth. And so that is what I see as a transdisciplinary approach, in the sense that a scholar, a modern science scholar or a technology scholar can say, okay, this is the reality, this is how the reality could be, but as such, science and technology don't give a moral guidance, and that is what we expect from philosophy and theology. But there is a paradox here, and we know that from many examples in the world. Let's say I'm more on the traditionalist side. We have to go back to nature. Between brackets, from a scientific perspective, I don't know whether that is even possible. You have a population growth of 1.4%. That means every year 4 million people to feed. Now, how are you going to feed a growing population of 280, 300 million people without technology? That is a question that I have in mind. But even if you would say, okay, we go back to nature, the reality is that if we would go back to nature, even that would require quite some applied technology, because we simply cannot go back to nature, because we progressed. We have our laptops, we have our phones, we cannot live without that type of theology. So the complexity and also the paradox is, even if we would say, oh, we go back to nature and small is beautiful, that would require quite some technology. So how to integrate theology and technology? I was asked several times to ask or to speak about integrated science. So we merge science and Islam, integrated science. It's nowadays in Islamic State universities, that's very popular. But how can one integrate two different knowledge domains? That is a question that I have. Is it not better to recognize each other autonomy? So this is science, this is theology or philosophy, and see how they link, form coalitions, confrontations, compromises, and so on, in a you see, the technology does not want me to tell this. The transdisciplinary religious moving beyond the traditional disciplines in something that is unknown. Next slide, please. Human civilization and humanitarian problems. When we go to the fourth variable in our topic, human problems and human civilizations, we note that the civilization is defined as human. Civilization is defined as human. But what does it mean to be human, particularly when we talk about environmental degradation? What is human and what is natural? What is human and what is natural? Are humans distinct from nature? As often said, humans is everything that nature is not. Are we as human natures, are we as human beings in nature? We are part of nature, or is nature part of us? And of course, all those images have enormous consequences for the way we as human beings relate to nature and environmental conservation in a human, civilized way. Now, in large-scale surveys, I indicated that already, we see clearly all over the world, and we did this research in many countries in the world, that the responses to human and nature interaction are universal, general, context, culture, and religious independent. In the research that we just finished at the Gajah Mada University, we clearly saw, we asked people how they relate to nature, whether they see themselves as above nature or in nature, participant or partner of nature. These are various models you can think about nature. And we clearly saw that there was hardly any difference between Muslims, Catholics, Protestants, Hindu, indigenous believers, Confucianists, so they all responded, most of them all respond in the same way. Moreover, there is very little difference between people who say that they are religious and people who say that they are not religious or less religious. Of course, there are many, not so many people in Indonesia who say that they are not religious, but we can compare that with the West. But we can see that we ask them, how often do you pray? How often do you read the scripture? And so on and so on. So we could grade, and we hardly saw any difference. That means that indeed our response to nature is primarily, I relate to nature because I'm a human being, not because I'm a Catholic or a Buddhist, a Protestant, although that may frame my response in a certain way. Now, if I go to the root paradigm, I said that already, the stewardship, we found, if you say, okay, we human beings have to care for nature, in Islam we call that al-khalifa, in the biblical studies we call that imago Dei, the human being is the image of God, so we have to care for nature. Yeah, I will complete. But we see an ambiguity here, because when we ask people, how do you relate to nature? They say, yeah, human beings and nature are all creatures of God, so they are equal. And there is no difference between me as a human being and nature. We are all created by God. We are equal. Human beings are not above nature. But they continue, yeah, but human beings have a special responsibility. So we are above nature. And I think that is the ambiguity that we have to deal with in theology. That's when we talk about al-khalifa ID, it can go into different directions, and it is not clear how those two images go together. I come to my conclusion. Next slide, please. So concluding, responses to natural degradation are primarily human. They may be framed in terms of religious vocabulary, and they may inspire or strengthen certain attitudes. There's no competition. So when we go to the invitation, and it seems that disappearing religious values is a problem, but I don't see a competition between the two. They may strengthen each other. From this transdisciplinary perspective, green theology can give a guidance to green theology. But as I said already, green theology goes into quite different directions. And the theological challenge that we have to face is that in our theological reflection, when we talk about stewardship, that can go into, let's say, a more modernist or eco-modernist direction, but also in a traditionalist direction. I thank you for your attention. I hope that that I gave us some material for thought. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Frans Wijsen, for the insightful talk on the relation between religion and environment conservation. So Professor Wijsen has talked to us, has delivered his speech. It was divided into three sub-themes. The first one was religious values, what it was, and also the relation between religion and modern science. And the third one is the interdisciplinary studies on how we use religion to safeguard our environment. Among the important points that I recorded that is very important is that human being is part of the nature. So we do not in the superior position of the nature that we can modify the nature, but we also have to conserve our nature. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe if you have prepared some questions for Professor Wijsen, but hold on, we will need to listen to another speaker before we go to the question and answer session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the second speaker of today, we will have Professor Sulhan Hakim, SAGMM from Uin Saizu Purwokerto. He is going to talk about the increasing awareness of religious moderation, youth interaction, and online game. This is another interesting topic to talk about in this morning. So before we go to the speech, I would like to introduce Professor Sulhan Hakim briefly. So he was originally from Temanggung. He was born there in 1968, and he lives in South Purwokerto in Banyumas. So he lives in our city here. His education, he received his PhD in Culture and Media Studies from Universitas Gadjah Mada, graduated in 2014. His master education was in Human Resource Management at Universitas Jenderal Sudirman in Purwokerto, graduated in 2000. And his BA is in Dakwah at Institute of Quran Science, or today it is called UNSIK Wonosobo, graduated in 1994. He is currently serving as the Vice Rector of UIN Saizu Purwokerto for the Students, Alumni, and Cooperation Affairs. And in 2008, he was Head of Internal Inspector at EIN Purwokerto. And 2015, he was the Vice Dean of Dakwah Faculty at EIN Purwokerto. He has published numbers of academic articles in reputable journals in Indonesia and abroad, as well as books and book chapters. Among his active involvement in the society are Head of Agricultural Development Agency, or LPPNU, in Banyumas. He is the leadership of MWC Nahdlatul Ulama Purwokerto from 2016 to 2021, and also Association of Scholars of NU, or ISNU Banyumas, from 2023 till 2028. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Dr. Sulhan Hakim, SAG, MM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala aswafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain, amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, I talk about the title Increasing Awareness of Religious Moderation, Youth Interaction, and Online Games. The era of disruption faced with various unpredictable things, namely rapid change, have an impact on economic, political, security, cultural, educational, and religious problems in all countries. Right, for the younger generation, for mystery of technology, information, and various online application, as well as various creative, innovative, and interesting feature become an inspirable part of life. Almost all surfaces are enough with Android phone with various advanced. However, there is a sad thing, namely the use of feature offered to be public has caused problem that affect religious and social thinking, attitude, and behavior. Of course, it can eliminate non-affection, tolerance, brotherhood between humans when it based on the concept competition. Competition action can give rise to various conflict, like according to Pierre Bourdieu, the competition is important for human life. In this digital age, almost the entire world population is hegemonized by new media, on which the world community is highly dependent. So our social environment is built on social network. In turn, all messages and various services are needed and used in different areas of life. There is a tendency at different age level, children, teenager, and even the elder to play FPP games aimed at relaxing, spending time making friends, and even overcoming boredom, as well as a mean of business gambling. I'm sorry. In addition, the emergence of sophisticated games in the industrial era 4.0 is based on augmented reality, with its creative and innovative offering. As proof of the public response that have been witnessed and experienced, so great is the influence of online game. Such as, you know, Pokemon Go, able to bewitch the community and had a boom. And involve physical activity for users. Based on the result of searching for the publication open access article and Q1 thought was view in big data Scopus.com in these last 5 years, 2018 until 2023, the result are that there are 3 clusters in cluster 2 with 7 items, including augmented reality game. Number 1, augmented reality game, augmented reality, the first fuel, I treasure in first 5 years, you can find many issues, the interrelation, the concept, many game online itu. Location-based game, mobile phone, video game, motivation, Pokemon Go as a network visualization as follows. You can see the feature. The dominance of technological development advance is loaded with cyber entitlement offers. In addition, the development of augmented reality-based multimedia game and application raises a new problem, namely addictive behavior, or what is often referred to as infoholic. Gaming disorder resulting from addictive behavior puts a pathological rise of highly engaged gamers, having an effect on significant life disruption. There is a tendency for adolescents to engage in violence that stem from the behavior of playing game. This big global word is used as business project for industry. It cannot be separated from various global political economic and economic interests, opening new avenue for thinking about politics and social change. Nevertheless, healthy and educational game applications have not received serious attention for expert, both programmer, designer, and music composer. It is helping each other is very important for this problem. There are several efforts to utilize game for health. One of them is Fire Delay, a program that combines virtual and online game for rehabilitation. It has proven feasible for chronic stroke patients to rehabilitate distant acute extremities. Thus, this discussion examines Islam as a source of moderate inspiration and self-representation for youth in the digital mainstream. Online mobile game as a medium for internalizing, for internalizing values among young people, gamification based on the religious moderation for mainstreaming strategy. Islam, the religious moderation movement, and the digital world. Islam as religion introduced by his creator, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. He is a creator. The Quran begins with the creation of this universe and the creation of Adam and his wife Hawa. But both are without parent. Both built generation after generation each era. A particular age is sent a prophet. We know our prophet faced with the specific challenges or with the term Al-Quran aduun, enemy. You see Quran Al-An'am, Quran Surah Al-An'am 111. The device to strengthen the prophet is a miracle. The miracle he had were different. As the Quran informs us, Allah has chosen Adam, Noah, the family of Abraham, and the family of Imran for all nature. Inna Allah astafa Adama wa Nuha wa ala Ibrahim wa ala Imran ala alamin. Dzurriyyatan ba'du min ba'd wallahu samiun alim. A demonstration from the story of the prophet is contrasting thought the word of film. The word of film and YouTube with a different version and even the most controversial construction by the Hollywood film industry. Islam as religion teaches modern religion, but as an ideology on practical level by some of it adherent give rise to intolerance, extremism, radicalism, and or another term turn into a solid radical opposition ideology. Opposition ideology is head-to-head the religious moderation. And the number of supporters is relatively tiny. In the most case, they are sporadic, brutal, and frightening. The ideological practice of radical position also occur in some followers of other religion, and even those who are anti-religious, along with the rise of global Islamism. Religious extremism has recently become several threat in Indonesia, especially among young people. In addition to the influence of online media and the school environment, religious extremism among young people is also caused by a family factor. The Indonesia Ministry of Religious Affairs launched the religious moderation movement to overcome this problem, and positive effort aimed at building awareness on the entire community, both national and international. It effort to promote aid to the international community on religious and cultural basis by playing a central role in building harmonious relation between followers of different religion, both within the nuclear family and within the extended family and the wider community. Understanding inclusion narrative about the legitimacy of new media with the construction of modern ideas is gradually integrated into religious communities and how elite negotiate their integration thought, what can be seen as their most witty tool, namely youth socialization. As other segment of national and state capital, youth have dominated the use of new media because media power is the crucial concept. However, it is often taken for granted. Whether it is expressing the economic, industrial, or political impact of a particular media or the power of press to change religious attitude and belief. The same religious attitude and belief occurred without restriction on consuming foreign cultural product, audience freedom in negotiating a very accessible and honest representation of cultural product. Under technological omnipotent concepts such as authority, freedom, truth, and power, and undergo a vortex of semantic transformations that penetrate new symbolic space into reasoning and action. At the same time, virtual room on the internet provide individual freedom, exclusivity, egalitarianism, and multi-phase interaction between individual and group. In modern society, and not only religion and power, closely related to the issues of legitimacy. In the Indonesian context, the situation may also be perceived as a crisis for its young people, especially about religion that is out of its legitimacy. Therefore, the offer of a symbolic revolution and universal corporatization can be synchronized to overcome the crisis, to seize the return and give tremendous and effective resonance to gain power. Certainly in the moderate religious conscious movement. Thus, there are three essential components, namely Islam as a religion, moderate religion, and the use of digital media will change the religious pattern of digital society in future. Digital media as a medium for internalizing Saizu among young people. In the context of the digital world, focusing on youth movement will be more enjoyable because it is seen as a period of exploration of self-identity and religion, and young people begin to make their own decision about their religious practice. Youth studies and religion in general address several issues. It is at the crossroads of religiosity. The beacon of the value religious leader or preacher to attack youth can correlate with how competitive and creative solutions are when they solve problems faced by young people. The situation encourages them to choose another path thought virtual media without an alternative guide, without guru. Tanpa guru ini menjadi bagian yang terpenting. Sehingga kita semua bisa melihat yang pintar yang mana, the best, the teacher, semuanya tidak tahu. Semuanya bisa mengadili orang-orang yang ahlinya. Nah, ini tambahan bahasa Indonesianya. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for example, the musician association about the meaning of the hijrah by a group musician who then anti-music in the form of the hijrah youth movement that consider music as heresy, bid'ah, unbeliever, musyrik, and maksiat. And even all the musical instruments have been destroyed. If all the music instruments have been destroyed, dibanting kira-kira begitu, mungkin dibakar. However, the musician mengaji, komuji group come with a different paradigm. To practice hijrah by doing music activities and even using musicking as a way to achieve the right Islamic path. Studies in the Middle East as the power base of the world Muslim community experience the same thing. If we compare with the research in the United Arab Emirates, especially young people on social media's influence as a threat, political, cultural, and religious implication is related to national threat. The perceived impact on religion and politics among its young people is also a significant concern. Some case internalizing different values among young musicians into two movements give rise to contestation in Bandung. This likewise in the case of young people in the Arab Emirates, there are mutually oppressive social religious processes. Thus, breaking this radical attitude and action requires a catalyst in the understanding religious text as living and enlightening, based on the phenomenon of the emergence of religiosity and spirituality movement as needed living religion, and living citizen, as well as the concept of living Quran and Hadith as an effort to build internalization of his values for young people and society in general. We must devote narrative power ideas to create interactive and moderate religious message, including understanding narrative as central excellence. Whatever makes us human, there is an effort to make life more meaningful. Human position as human resources, all they have a space or limited by ethics. And then this human narrative is social agent in social network. Narrative will produce message that come life thought human action, and such active can take many forms. It means that the power and construction will move in all social structure. Narrative become the state in asymmetric relationship of dominant and subordination. In this case, what can be found in is a profound yet inevitable infrastructure derived from four primary sources of power: is institution, culture, position, or location, and everyday life. Ladies and gentlemen, the identity of religion as spirituality develop and change. A person's religious practice is influenced by his life experience, education, family, friendship, and others, as Bourdieu's concept of doxa and individual social practice in a social space. Recent finding in Iran on new media influence power relation between journalists and force that restrict their practice and offer the potential for relatively greater journalistic autonomy in a controlled media environment. Meanwhile, the current situation, 2022 until 23, is related to the contestation between religious moderation movement and radical position group in ostensibly head-to-head position in virtual space, and even the case of symbolic power. Jadi siapa saja yang menguasai media, maka dia akan menunjukkan pada symbolic power, kekuatan simbolis yang itu akan mensubordinat kepada para penggunanya. For this cluster, one item has 129 links, and the total link strength of the 231 and 42 events. Studies developed related to symbolic power theories related to gender and violence have been widely conducted. But related to human and power studies, there are still very few publications. Jadi kita kalau mau meneliti bagaimana menghubungkan symbolic power dengan konsep-konsep yang di pinggiran tadi, yang tidak pada merah, yang besar, tapi yang kecil-kecil itu tadi. This information provide lesson for us to strive to build and mobilize moderate religion message to society, especially among young people, based on such thought portfolio. In these last 5 years, the study of religion has 17 links, including spirituality, adolescent, men, religion, moderation, youth, age, and others. Religion and negative consequence for young people. Some religious adherence among youth and negative behavior that occur in some countries as follow. In Russia, it was revealed 20% of students found some extremist practice around them. The internet is the leading platform for antisocial, xenophobic, and extremist practice. Religious xenophobia has much larger scope in the environment that young people observe that it seems. The lack of understanding of the continuity between xenophobia and extremism limits the area of management of station and creates possible risk of conflict with destructive consequence. In Kenya, the study of perception of an employed youth poses a threat of violence to the relevance of those who develop moral religiosity within the scope of the gap of all religion. However, the result is that young people either reject intervention treatment or do not with the existing moral and political constellation. In Oslo, the resist on the use of social media for Christian and Muslim strategy is used to negotiate religion and create a different image. The study shows that Christian and Muslim youth with minority background use different strategies to present their religiosity. Although all informants want to describe themselves as religious, they carefully considered what religious contain. They shared to avoid social exclusion, conflict, and religious limitation-based religion moderation mainstream strategy. The term mainstream is a term that is often and dominantly used in gender-based activities. This mainstreaming, the religious moderation, is the application of spiritual moderation, awareness concern in analyzing, formulating, implementing, and monitoring a policy and program to prevent radical thoughts, attitude, and action by some religious and non-religious communities. Several figures of the Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic Indonesia concerned the Kemenak RI, strengthening religious moderation, memperkuat moderasi keagamaan have been included in the 2022 until 2024 RPJMN, as well as unique mandate from the President to Ministry of Religious Affairs of Republic Indonesia. In addition, it already has a roadmap and is supported by Pocket and CAT for semua pegawai ASN. In recent years, we've seen the rapid spread of the application targeting a massive user market inspired by video game. The term gamification is unclear to many people because many people will refer to different things. Some refer to pure game, some to trending, and with inspired game, some to reality game, virtual reality game, and some to a fun and attractive application design. Augmented reality is the technology that views two-dimensional and or three-dimensional virtual object into a natural environment project. Thought this virtual object in reality. Reality can be increasingly powerful and applied to all sense, hearing, touch, and smell. Besides being used in fields such as health, the military, manufacturing, and education. Augmented reality technology can insert certain information into cyberspace and display it in the real world with the help of equipment such as webcam, computers, Android phone, and special glasses. Pokemon Go is one example of augmented reality visualization image. It has become a trending game worldwide in recent years. Pokemon Go uses GPS technology to track player movement and augmented reality technology to display Pokemon Go on the screen while using the camera. Developing feature that permit opportunities for behavioral change. Respondent reported be more social, expressing more positive emotion, finding more meaning in the routine, and having increased motivation to explore their environment. Pokemon Go is probably considered one of the most successful external game ever released. When the game was released in the summer of the 2016, a survey of more than 2,000 active Pokemon Go players showed that playing Pokemon Go had a statistically significant positive effect on the physical and social activity. Pokemon Go successfully motivate hard to motive group to be physically and socially active. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game are virtual environment where players can interact with each other through avatar, team, and role-playing game and compete with millions of customable players around. Yes, the challenge for future work is voluntary expression with use experience. Jadi kita langsung ke kesimpulan bahwa kesimpulannya pakai bahasa Indonesia campuran. Kesimpulannya intinya bahwa perguruan tinggi itu mari bersama-sama bagaimana moderasi beragama, nilai-nilai beragama itu meniru game aplikasi itu menarik sehingga tidak banyak biaya, hanya seminar-seminar tentang moderasi beragama, tapi bagaimana itu di anak muda tinggal buat main-mainan yang betul-betul atraktif, inovatif. Ini butuh bersama-sama. Komputer, musik, di teknologi berkumpul bersama untuk membuat desain itu, dan itu murah saya kira. Mungkin biayanya mahal di depan. Itu aja sampaikan. Thank you very much for your attention. Masih banyak kesalahan karena orang Indonesia dengan bahasa Inggris. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the talk on. This is actually very interesting. Professor Suhan covered how the social media has been used by almost the great number of young people today, and through the social media and games, we can internalize some values to shape the religious moderation. All right, thank you very much for the talk. Once again, Professor Dr. Sulhan Hakim. Let's give a big applause for Professor Sulhan Hakim. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time for the Q&A, the question and answer session. And I would like to invite first 2 questions. So if you are ready to with your question, you can raise your hand, and I hope that the organizing committee could help me with the microphone to the attendant. And please kindly mention the speaker that you would like to address with your question. Yeah, first we see Professor Suwito. Please, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for your times. For Professor Franz, I have some research about Islam and environment. I made research about eco-Sufism. I try to explore about Sufism concerning in environment. My PhD thesis is eco-Sufism, and I try to make relation about concept Sufism and practicing environment practice. In my research, Sufism, my research is Sufism community in pesantren, like in Ilmugiri, Yogyakarta, and Jamaah Aulia in Panggang, Yogyakarta. The
congregation, jamaah, or community in Bus Pesantren try to understand and practicing environment ethic based on Prophet tradition. We know Prophet Muhammad made Hima. Hima is a conservation area, An-Naqi, Hima An-Naqi in Mecca and near Madinah, and maybe in one kind of preserving environment ethic or ecology. Any case based on tradition from Prophet Muhammad or Sufism scholar about this is very several kind in this area. My question for Pak Franz, have you best practices based on your research about it for enhancing our quality of nature, drive on theology and technology? Yeah, maybe it is enough. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for the question by Professor Suito. So Professor Suito asked Professor Franz on, do you have some best practices on enhancing quality of nature based on or driven by technology and science? Okay, do we have to directly go to the answer? Or is there another question? I think we go directly to the question. So the question is still what is it, warm, and then we can be explained extensively by Professor Franz. Please.
Thank you very much for your interesting question. I would like to read your thesis because there are many good practices. Eco-pesantren, good, very good examples. I was speaking at a macro level, more on statistical research. The problem is when micro level, you will find good practices, will find good practice or even bad practices. I gave the example of the pesantren Pasuruan, producing hundreds of thousands of plastic bottles, whereas so we speak on a general level, and then you see, well, it is not that easy to get a clear picture about what is eco-Islam or Muslim environmentalism. But what I try to see is and I read that a little bit in the invitation, as if there is a competition between modern science and religion. I don't think that there needs to be a competition because they complement each other. Eco-Sufism is a very interesting topic. In our research, we assumed that people who are more on the Sufi side or mysticism side or even indigenous religion side, they would stress more the being participant in nature, but we didn't find that. Overall, they supported also the more partnership idea. But that was not your question. It was good practices. Well, the complexity is that when you go to the eco-pesantren, you will find eco-pesantren who see it just as money making. You know, it is a project of the government, and you get money when you put the label eco. But when you go there is not much eco. And we found pesantren that label themselves eco because they want to be associated with the government, but they have very good practices. But But let me give one example. We found some pesantren where they recycle water using various techniques of applied science. Just to put that in context, water is an issue. It becomes a world issue. Clean water, enough water for everybody, and sometimes water. But Muslims who pray, you use about 5 liter water per ablution. That means 25 liter per day for ablution. And the issue is that, is it clean or pure? Can you reuse it? And we know from our research that we have pesantren that have advanced technology to purify water. But still, there are many believers who don't use it, not even for showering your garden or whatever, because they say, that's not clean. So, summarizing, and that was my point, I think technologically we can do a lot, but in the level of theology, we still have a way to define of the ambiguities in belief. Let me give one other example, then I stop. We know that I look at water. I look at this water and I think this is clear, clean. Although we know scientifically, if I would measure this water, I would find microplastics, I would find antibiotics, I would find medicine, I would find metals. Even if you take a sample of aqua, yeah, you will find antibiotics, microplastics, and so on. So it is not healthy. But according to Muslim perception, when it is clear, when it doesn't taste and it doesn't smell, it is clear, pure. That means here again, you have this ambiguity on the one hand, how we know scientifically clean water, healthy water, and so on and so on. But in Islamic jurisprudence, there is quite some challenges how we deal with the theology part and the technology part. But answering your question, yes, there are pesantren that have very good applied technology for solving energy transition, solar panels, waste management, and so on and so on.
All right, thank you very much for the answer, Professor Franz Wiesen. Hopefully that answers the question of Professor Suito. Do we have another question? Raise your hand, please. Yeah, another question from Dr. Suparjo.
Okay, thank you for the time. I address my question to Prof. From Netherlands.
Franz Wiesen.
Prof. Franz, yes. I do want to get information from you about European people habit concerning on how they have concern on industry and also in environment. So they can have a good habit how to be wise in using technology. In another hand, they also have a good concern in environment, so they can live in modern era, but they still have concern in environmental. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Give me the better microphone for Professor Wiesen. Do you want to directly answer, please?
Yeah, This is a difficult question. I'm not going to say that, that European human beings are better human beings than Asian human beings. We are all human beings. Yeah? That's very, very simple. And also in Europe, when I go to, let me stick to this example because I'm familiar. Also in Europe, when I go to a supermarket and I buy water, I go for the cheapest one, and that might be not always the eco-friendly one. So Europeans are not better human beings than Asian. We also go, what is the cheapest? But there are some differences. I think contextual differences. What I notice in Indonesia, if I go to Indomaret or whatever, I can choose plastic, 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 plastic. I have no alternative. Yeah? Even as a consumer, I cannot say, okay, I see 10 branches of aqua, but there is also Santri, or there is Al Yasini, or all the Islamic, but they are also in plastic. So it is only plastic. Why not the alternative? Okay, it might be 100 rupiah more, but they have the burqa of the Kiai. Okay, that is another issue. But what is, in my perspective, Europe is not better than Asia. We all go for the cheap, but there are some differences. It has to do with legislation. It's quite simple, and I see that also in Indonesia. Legislation in the European Union, 2040, zero plastic, no plastic. 2040, 15 years to go. And that will be enforced. So if I'm a clever businessman, I now already shift my business to eco-friendly products. What I saw in Indonesia, we conducted research in Al Yasini, as I said already. There is one pesantren, Sidogiri, produces the Santri water. Now, they say the governor in Bali said, we don't want the PET flask, we want the other bottle. So they were forced to change already to the other category of plastic. So it has also to do with legislation. And why is it that one government says this and the other government doesn't do anything? Coming from a European perspective, that is strange to me, that in one province you have a very good government and very good regulation on banning plastic, and particularly the worst category of plastic, but in another province not. When I go to Surabaya, for example, there is a good, as far as I know, good system of waste management. In Malang, there is no, and so on. So that is something that, so it's not that human beings are better or not, but it is also the management and the legislation. And another issue that we use in Europe is a tax. Yeah? When I think this is a bad bottle and this is a better bottle, I put higher tax on this bottle so that it becomes more expensive and the other becomes more cheap. Then people will change their behavior. So these are some examples where government, your government, has the instruments to change the behavior of people, not because people in Europe are better, but simply there is a government that says, okay, we are going to use some instrument, tax, for example, or legislation, and then implementing the law to change people's behavior. But that is a long term. You don't change people in a short term. That needs really decades. Just like smoking, it's always given as the example. We know from medical science that smoking is not good for your health. We also know that with microplastics. But as we know with the example, there are people who smoke, they are very healthy, and there are people who smoke, they die. But we have a legislation on that, and you can put higher taxes on cigarettes and so on and so on. That's how you can influence the market and hopefully change people's behavior. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
There is a follow-up question, I see it.
Okay. Is there any a kind of institutional education role in habituating for children to have a good habit in responding the environmental? This is my question to you, and then for Mr. Solkan also. I have still one question for Mr. Solkan. Is there any information in digital era about the effort of Islamic institution to make a kind of film that is very interesting for children based on Islam, maybe Prophet, the history of Prophet, and some kind of miracle in Islam, not just from Harun Yahya. We have many film concerning on science and environment and many kind that is very interesting for children, plus from maybe a kind of we so-called Islam, we call textual Islam maybe. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the question can be in Bahasa too, and I will translate. If any of the attendants is trouble with the language, I would like to translate. So the first question for Professor Franz.
Yes, so environmental education is part of our school curriculum. It is mandatory. It is mandatory. But you also, the Ministry of Environment published a report and even a module on environmental education for schools in Indonesia, I think 2014. But it is not always implemented. That is the issue, but it exists also in Indonesia.
Ya, oke. Moving on to the second question. Kalau tidak salah tentang film ya Pak ya. Film yang untuk anak-anak agar bisa moderasi agama Islam dengan film yang menarik.
Ya, makasih saya mau pakai bahasa Indonesia saja biar gampang. Jadi gagasan itu penting gitu ya. Semuanya kita lihat adik-adik kita, anak-anak itu di kamar sendiri ya main film. He stay alone in the room playing the gamification. Nah, bermain game sendirian dengan kekerasan, tertawa sendiri ya, jarak jauh sama teman yang lain. Nah, ini pikiran idenya, ide gagasannya itu adalah ini harus bersama-sama. Itu bagaimana permainan-permainan itu tidak dengan kekerasan gitu. Di konten dari film, pesan-pesan film itu ya ada toleransi, kemudian kebersamaan kan begitu. Selama itu kan sekarang ini kan yang terjadi kan anak SMA itu bengok-bengok sendiri ya kan di rumah adik-adik kita gitu kan. Dan kalau dipanggil itu ya marah mereka. Nah, bagaimana itu bisa perlu desain, perlu duduk bersama. Kita kan belum menemukan. Jadi mau seperti apa? Apakah seperti Ipin sudah anak-anak SMA juga nggak mau lihat kalau begitu. Nah, tapi bagaimana anak itu juga kayak bermain game tapi itu memberi pesan-pesan tadi. Ini yang perlu. Ini masih gagasan maksud saya. Contohnya seperti apa? Kita belum tahu. Mari kita duduk aja. Contohnya seperti film game-game yang ada itu, kemudian bagaimana game itu memberikan konten-konten yang kebersamaan, toleransi kan begitu. Kemudian saling menghormati. Apa pesan itu? Pesannya. Sementara kasus yang kita lihat bagaimana Hollywood, industri Hollywood film itu mampu membuat film tentang Nabi Nuh dengan kontroversinya Hollywood. Nabi Nuh membawa kapal tapi kapalnya itu di depan berhenti di depan Gedung Putih. Wah, gitu kan. Jadi mampu begitu dia. Wah, itu bombastis, kontroversi. Semakin kontroversi, semakin banyak yang melihat dan semakin banyak gainnya, manfaat yang didapat uang miliaran itu. Kenapa mereka bisa gitu? Berani begitu. Dengan versi yang berbeda, Hollywood, wah, dia tokoh Nabi Nuh, kemudian ya ada di situ membuat kapal, kemudian New York itu banjir seolah-olah begitu, kena tsunami ya gitu. Tapi berhenti di Gedung Putih, selamat dia di situ. Apa itu maknanya? Ekonomi politik atau menjadi politik identity atau seperti apa? Nah, ini bisa ditanamkan seperti itu. Nah, kita itu belum seperti itu, masih sebatas pada film-film yang ya belum menarik bagi kalangan anak muda. Jadi ya horor kemedeni ya ketakutan, kekerasan lagi tidak religious moderation lagi. Nah, itu penting bagaimana kita yang soft bisa anak-anak kita, generasi muda yang kita betul-betul prihatin ya begitu. Jadi semuanya adalah dibawa larut dalam konstruksi dalam hal ekstremisme, kekerasan dan lain sebagainya. Itu saja Pak. Jadi saya nggak bisa memberi contoh, itu harus duduk bersama antara tadi industri dengan universitas ini, termasuk UGM. Ya, kira kita butuh ya. Uangnya itu ada di kali ini sudah RPJM dan berapa triliun itu ya. Tapi berhenti di seminar, hanya seminar saja gitu. Apa bisa sampai berapa orang sih seminar itu? Tapi kalau dengan game itu berapa miliar anak muda akan bisa melihat itu. Makasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Professor Sulhan Hakim, for the answer, and hopefully that answers Dr. Parjo's question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first half of the plenary session. So we will have a 15-minute break. We have prepared some free refreshment outside. So please enjoy the refreshment, and we will be back here exactly 15 minutes from now. And while you are enjoying your refreshment, we will also watch the performance from our choir, the choir of FTIK, the Faculty of Tarbiyah of UIN Saizu. Please welcome. You can go to the stage and prepare. And it is time for the break. You can go to get your coffee or tea. Also, you can go to the toilet. We will be back after 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Cek, cek.
bersihkan wajahnya dari bintang-bintang yang mulai turun setetes air langit dari tubuhnya. Tanpa sadar nikmatnya alam karena kuasamu akan habis sampai di akhir waktu. Perjalanan ini terima kasihku padamu mungkin dapat terlukis kata dirimu yang tahu rasa cintaku padamu. Tuhan, anugerah-Mu tak pernah berhenti, selalu datang kepadaku. Tuhan semesta alam dan satu janjiku, takkan berpaling darimu. Kasihku ya Allah, Engkau sisihkan semua hal melintang di hadapanku dan buat terang seluruh jalan hidup tuh melangkah. Terima kasihku padamu Tuhanku, tak mungkin dapat terlukis oleh kata-kata. Hanya dirimu yang tahu besar rasa cintaku padamu. Tuhan, anugerah-Mu tak pernah berhenti, selalu datang kepadaku. Tuhan semesta alam dan satu janjiku, takkan berpaling darimu. 안녕하세요.
Gadang tiap hari, isi wajah, ini perawatan, dan lebih, lawan awet men. Buktikan sekarang.
Gimana kabar diriku, baik-baik saja. Sedikit ku takjub namun nyatanya sudah kuduga. Kau yang kesana kemari, kau anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkah ku coba kau tutup. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silahkan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukan yang sebaik ini. Kau yang kesana kemari, kau anggap aku tak cukup. Semua kesempatan dan langkah ku coba kau tutup. Kan ku buat jalanku sendiri. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silahkan pergi, ku takkan kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukan yang sebaik ini. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Takkan ku terayakan apa adanya. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan ku rayakan apa adanya. Aku tak sempurna, tak perlu sempurna. Akan ku rayakan apa adanya. Tutur batinku takkan salah. Silahkan pergi, ku tak rasa kalah. Namun percayalah, sejauh mana kau mencari, takkan kau temukan yang sebaik ini. Takkan kau temukan yang sebaik ini. Hanya ada aku.
Para hadirin dimohon untuk dapat kembali mengisi ruang-ruang yang kosong. Sebentar lagi kita akan memulai. So dear ladies and gentlemen, please be back to the chair after having some refreshment. We are going to start our second half of this plenary session right now, I think. Yeah, we have done with the break time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the plenary session. Now we are in the second half of the plenary session. We still have two great speakers. We have Dr. Abdulaziz Abbasi from Sadra and Ghazali Institute, who is going to talk about the possibility of a theory of counseling and psychotherapy based on Islamic philosophy and mysticism. And after Dr. Abdulaziz, we will have Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf from Universitas Gadjah Mada, who is going to talk about religious moderation or religious literacy, a constructivist perspective or religious studies. Okay, without further ado, let's start with the third speaker, which is Dr. Abdulaziz Abbasi. Before we go to the speech, I would like to introduce him to you. Yeah, so Dr. Abdulaziz Abbasi is originally from Algeria, but he now lives in Indonesia, particularly in the city of Depok, Jawa Barat. So he speaks several languages actually, Arabic, English, French, Persian, and also Indonesian. So because you speak Indonesian, maybe one of the participants can address your questions in Indonesia, I believe. His education now currently he has a doctor in Pemikiran Islam from UIN Syarif Hidayatullah in 2021. Also a doctor in Islamic philosophy from Al Mustafa International University in 2014, graduated in 2014. His MA is in Islamic mysticism from Al Mustafa University, graduated in 2008. He has also MA in Applied Linguistics, Bozareh University, Algeria in 1995, and his BA is in English teaching degree from Batna University, Algeria in 1993. He's now working as lecturer of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah. Now he is a lecturer at Sadra School of Islamic Philosophy from 2019. Until recently, the courses he teaches at Sadra are prophetic philosophy. Is it prophetic or peripatetic philosophy, comparative philosophy, transcendental philosophy, or hikmah muta'aliyah, Islamic mysticism, practical mysticism in Al-Quran and Hadith, and concept of God in philosophy, concept of God in mysticism. He was also a lecturer at UGM Yogyakarta in the Department of Philosophy. He taught concept of God, philosophy of history. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Abdulaziz Abbasi. Please give applause.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. So in my speech, I'm trying to talk about the possibility of a theory of counseling and psychotherapy based on Islamic philosophy and mysticism. The problem raised here is actually we can see in the Islamic countries, in Islamic practice, psychologists mostly are graduated in scientific psychology, or what we call science psychology, and they believe in some beliefs, called religious beliefs, which maybe sometimes do not, or they are not compatible with what they are doing in their practice as a psychologist, as a psychotherapist, and this results sometimes in not finding the proper ways to solve the problems of their patients, sometimes not really convinced of what they are doing, and these stuff of problems. So I'm addressing this because I'm trying to find out something that is denied by what is called nowadays scientific research, that religion cannot be a part of scientific studies. It is speculative studies, especially philosophical, mystical, and human sciences are skeptical, what is it? Speculative disciplines. They are not scientific disciplines. They cannot be measured scientifically, and thus they cannot be considered as science. And this also will lower their degree of acceptance and their validity in the intellectual community. And what we can notice in our universities, in our seminaries, that people or the intellectual community give more importance to disciplines that are called scientific and less importance to disciplines that are called human sciences. So philosophically speaking, a human being is not a body, just a body, and a human being is a soul and a body. Of course, in mystically speaking, or in mysticism, in Irfan or in Tasawwuf, there are other levels that constitute the human being. But I'm going to focus on just two aspects, body and soul. So modern psychology addresses only body and considers that the thing that affects the human behavior is the body, and also reactions related to the body. So the mind is the body, is not something called soul, as philosophy calls it, or as mysticism calls in other perspective. That's why in modern psychology, they address the behavior. They start from phenomena, from accidents that they can see, that they can observe empirically. And those symptoms, they use them to find out or diagnose the problems, the disorders, and to cure or heal their patients. Philosophy methodology as reducing the human being, and thus we will fall in a bias. So we cannot find out the real sources of the problems. We cannot identify the real sources of the disorders. And that's why there is also in modern psychology that is called what transpersonal psychology, which allows other methodologies and other approaches other than empirical approach. And this is a step towards the comprehensive study of the human being. These studies were actually in Islamic philosophy, Islamic tradition, were done systematically from the 3rd and 2nd century Hijriya. So it was in around 235. So there is a manuscript that is now a book by Al-Balkhi, so a scholar who has started psychotherapy and writing a book about psychotherapy. So this is the main problem that I'm addressing in my talk. Next. Yeah, here I'm going to talk about the source of psychological disorder, because when you have a patient who is suffering from disorders, different disorders, in modern psychology, there are three. Here I am bringing three main theories. One by Freud, who is a well-known psychologist, who identifies the source of disorders in the conflict between 3 levels of the human being, which are the id or it, the ego, and super ego. In I think Dutch, it's das es. Please correct me, Prof, if I'm mistaken. Ich and über ich. Is it correct? Yeah. So these are the id, ego, and super ego. These are 3 levels of the human being that Freud identifies that are conflicting, and when they are conflicting, there are disorders, and that creates problems in the human being, and there are patients that should be treated. In Adler, he identifies the problem in the inferiority complex. So when the human fears or finds himself inferior to others, emerges, and there are disorders in his personality. Next. Now, in Islamic psychology, they identify, especially in mysticism, they identify the source of disorder in the lack of love. In the lack of love. Why? Because referring to a hadith from Rasulullah, which says, كنت كنزا مخفيا فأحببت أن أعرف فخلقت الخلق لكي أعرف. I was a hidden treasure. I was a hidden treasure, and I loved to be known. Then I created the creatures to know me. So here, I was doesn't mean in the past. So I am. It means, so here kana in Arabic means kana tamma. It's not kana naqisa. So it is the existence. Allah exists as an existence that loves to be known, to share his perfection with his creatures. So he created creatures so that to know him. From this hadith, we can find out that the main purpose of creation is what? Love. Allah created creatures. Allah loves to be known by his creatures. And this love also is an inherent character, character in the creatures. Every creature, if we observe all the creatures around us, we find out that all the creatures are moving towards something, towards their perfection. So they love that place they are going to, that they are moving towards to. So we are human beings, we are moving towards something, towards something that we love. Animals also, they are moving towards something that they love. Plants and everything, even in the mystical perspective, even inanimate things that we call madat, or that we call what? Benda. In mysticism, they are not inanimate. They are not without life. They are alive, they feel, they know, and they are moving also towards their beloved. So this is the basis of creation. So if we make this as the basics and the criterion of disorders, we will detect the anomalies or the pathologies very easily. So anybody with his fitra, with his human nature, moves towards his perfection, to the perfection that he thinks this is the thing that he loves. This is the thing that makes him happy. So he's moving toward that, to get that, to achieve that. But to find out or to detect the right thing that makes us happy, that feel the felicity, that in affinity with our human nature, sometimes we don't detect the right thing. So we fail in detecting the right thing that makes us happy. This is what makes some people not happy. This is what makes some people not, or fear, or this makes some people afraid, sad, and sometimes not really they not appreciate their life. They do not appreciate the life, and there were emerges or the problems or the disorder, the psychological disorders appear. So when someone is deceived by the way he follows, and he does not achieve what he wants to achieve, so he gets something that is not in affinity with his nature, and this conflict that is within himself, within his what Freud calls superego, and we call it maybe nafs or soul or ruh in other terminology. We call it, so that, for example, in mysticism, we have 7 levels of the human soul. All are in our fitra, in human nature. But what in phenomenology, in what appears to the surface, are few of these. It depends on our activity. It depends on our interaction with the world around us. So those levels of our own soul, when they don't interact with the levels of the world which is in affinity with them, they don't feel right. We feel not happy. We feel stressed. We feel those disorders that. So the disorder here lies in the lack of the proper love. So we love something, but which is not proper to our fitra. So there is a conflict within ourselves. We feel sad, we feel deceived, and those feelings which are not bad, which we don't like. So in psychology, or in psychology based on philosophy and mysticism, the psychotherapist tries to help the patient to find his true self, to achieve his true self. So in psychotherapy based on mysticism and philosophy, we are not facing or we are not doing a therapy, but we are doing education. And we ourselves, when doing that act of education, we are learning and we are educating ourselves, where we are interacting, and that interaction makes or actualizes those hidden levels which are within ourselves. And thus we can feel the real happiness, the real felicity, and we are moving towards the absolute, since the fitra, our fitra is created from the absolute, from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and its fate is to achieve and to be in unity with that absolute. So there is nothing that satisfies our journey except the absolute. So other than the absolute, will not be happy, we'll be sad, we will face those pathologies. So this, according to Islamic mysticism or other mysticism also, and Islamic philosophy, they diagnose the disorders in this very important point, which is the absence of the true love or the lack of true love. Now, in achieving this love, there are levels of this love. There are terrestrial love and celestial. So the human being is born in this world. It is material world. He has a body, he has senses, and he has potentials that he uses to interact with this world. So he has, this is the basic love. So he has to experience this love. He has to achieve this love. But it is not the final objective. He has to progress. He has to perfect and to actualize other potentials that are within ourselves. The intellect, for example. The love for knowledge. The love for sharing, the love for being good to others. So these are other levels of love. He has to experience and he has to achieve. Then within his family, with his children, with his community. So these are the arenas where he should achieve love. Before going to higher levels, which are moving towards the absolute. So if a person, a human being, does not achieve within these lower levels, he cannot go to the upper levels. So it is the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created this world. So we learn to love from those basic levels of love until we reach the absolute, and that is the final objective. So people who fail and people who face those pathologies, there are people who fail in one of these levels, whether in those basic levels, or people who claim to achieve higher levels without going through the basic levels. So overlooking any of all these levels will result in the fail of achieving true love. Next. So this methodology or this approach in detecting disorders, psychological disorders, is based on some foundations: ontological, anthropological, and epistemological. In the ontological level, so as we said, the source of love is the source of life dynamics. So this life is created, and it is not static, it is dynamic. Everything moves, and everything moves towards its perfection. And its perfection every perfection is accords with the capacity or the potentials of the object that is moving. The anthropological basics, as love is the main component of existence, it manifests itself typically in humans. So a human being is created as Khalifa, as we know, and he is supposed to manifest the most perfect love. So all the names, all the perfections should appear within this human being, since he is the representative of God in this world. And every being in this world should benefit from his perfections. So this is what the anthropological basic. And the epistemological basics are sometimes people relate love to emotion. But in Islamic philosophy or in Islamic mysticism, the heart, or here it is called hati, yeah, it is not just what a center of emotions, but it is also a locus of knowledge, a locus that reflects true knowledge. Yes, it starts from inclination. It starts from inclination towards something, but the main goal or the main objective to be reached is knowledge. And that's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls in that hadith Qudsi, أحببت أن أعرف. So that is the main or the final objective. أحببت, love, to be known, where he relates the ultimate love in knowledge. So the one who gets, so we can get that ultimate knowledge through the heart, with the heart. So the rational faculties, intellectual faculties are just a medium. So they can get us to that love, but they cannot achieve that true love. That true love is just achieved through the heart and through our love to what the object that we are loving. So this is the epistemological basics of this approach. Yeah, that's the love is the only way to achieve genuine knowledge. That is called ma'rifah. Ma'rifah. So ma'rifah, when you compare it to ilm, there is a difference. Ilm is something acquired by reason. It is something universal, something that can be shared, something that can be communicated. But ma'rifah is something personal, something that we feel, that we experience, and that is a part of us, while reason or rational activity can be something that we memorize, but it is not a part of us. It can also be forgotten. It can be left out when we leave this world. But ma'rifah cannot be separate from us. It is a part of us, and it will follow us in all our stages in the hereafter life. So the goal of counseling and psychological therapy lies in helping individuals know and find their true selves. So as I said, it is not limited to just patients. So in this Islamic psychology or psychotherapy, philosophical psychotherapy or mystical psychotherapy, we don't call patients as patients, but we call them as learners or mutarabbi, someone who is undergoing education, as a process of education. So we are all learning, we are all trying to achieve that in all the stages of our life. And it is something which never ends, unlimited, and it never ends. Yeah. at last, I will finish in in a few minutes. I brought here an example from Abu Zayd al-Balkhi, who lived in 1850-1934. So he was the first psychologist or psychotherapist, Islamic psychotherapist, who has written a treatise about psychotherapy, and it was comprehensive, where he, for example, if we compare it to Al-Ghazali's works, or for example, Ibn Sina or Al-Farabi works, which are categorically focusing on philosophical psychology, Al-Balkhi focuses on both empirical psychology and philosophical psychology, and also he focuses on body as a part that affects the soul, and also the soul as the main part that affects the body. So this is the advantage of this study, the study of Al-Balkhi. So he doesn't overlook the effect of the body, because some, for example, in spiritual Sufism or in philosophy, we treat these pathologies as just psychological or spiritual or intellectual pathologies, but they overlook the physical problems, the physical pathologies, while Al-Balkhi does not overlook that, and he gave the first part of this treatise, he wrote it in 12 chapters, all focus on the physical aspect, including environment. So he doesn't just focus on the human body, but on his environment. So he says, if we want to have a healthy body, a healthy environment, so we have to manage the body through many strategies, food, medicines, care, and so on. And he covered all the aspects that a human being needs in this life, and also about the environment. What is the most healthy environment which constitute the most favorable environment to grow and to reach those perfections, and not to cause those disturbances or those disorders. And he moves in the second chapter and treating the soul and the anomalies and also pathologies related to the soul. And he puts categorizes 4 main pathologies, which are the sources of all disorders, psychological disorders. And I think he's right, and it accords also with scripture, hadith, or Quran. And he gives also treatment, how to treat these pathologies. And he limits them in these 4, which are the sources of other problems, of other disorders, which are, there is a problem, there is a good point here. Also, he made the differentiation between neurosis and psychosis, where many psychologists do not differentiate between these two disorders, which is, 1 minute. Okay, so I will focus just on the 4 pathologies. Yeah. Yeah. So these are the 4 pathologies: anger and aggression. Before coming to these 4 pathologies, he makes the point that the human being, or human beings in general, are moving towards something that they love, and they are refraining or trying to avoid something that hurts, something that makes them sad. So if you ask any human being, what are you looking for? He will answer, I I'm looking for happiness. I want to be happy. What is the thing that you don't want? He said, I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be unhappy. So there is nothing other than this. So what makes a person not happy? So he focuses on the problem. First, anger and aggression, which is related to amara, as we call it. It is a potential in the human being, which is a natural potential. So when somebody is angry, it causes many other side effects, many other problems that he himself is not aware of that. And he is not aware of what's happening within him. While this anger is destroying himself, destroying his own soul, and he's causing problems that he is not thinking about. The second one is fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety. So fear is what we are afraid not to have something that we love, something that we want to achieve, something that we have and we are afraid to lose. So these are the origins of fear. And strong fear or deep fear will cause what? Anxiety, which is a deep fear. And also this is a pathology that destroys the human soul and causes other problems.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Aziz Abbasi, for the very insightful talk on the psychotherapy on Islamic mysticism. Right, you already have a question, I believe, yeah, but you need to keep it for later. And you can also address your question in Indonesian. Ya, kalau ada pertanyaan pakai bahasa Indonesia pun boleh, nanti akan saya coba terjemahkan ke dalam bahasa Inggris. All right, moving on to the last speaker of our session. We will listen to Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf from UGM. He will be talking about religious moderation or religious literacy, constructivist perspective or religious studies. Before we go to the talk, let me introduce a brief of his profile. So Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf received his PhD in Public Policy School of Government, Victoria University of Wellington in 2011. His MA is in Conflict Transformation from Eastern Mennonite University, the USA, USA 2006. Master of Art in Comparative Religious Studies from Gajah Mada University in 2003. And his BA is in Islamic Theology from Sunan Kalijaga State Islamic University in Yogyakarta in 2002. The courses he is teaching are Religion, Violence, and Peace Building at UGM, Religion, State, and Society at UGM, Research Method on Political Islam at UIN Sunan Kalijaga, Government and Politics at UIN Sunan Kalijaga, and Religion and Public Diplomacy as guest lecturer at Victoria University of Wellington in 2009. He has published extensive number of publications, book chapter and books by very famous publishers such as Palgrave Macmillan and Indiana University Press, and also he has been involved in many research projects. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Ahnaf. Give applause.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank our friends from the UIN Saizu for allowing me to stand and speak here, and to all the audience for staying awake with all the lectures since this morning. Yeah, and we are almost at the lunchtime, so I hope this is can give a good time for you before waiting for the lunch. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, when I was given the topic by the committee and I saw the topics, one of the key words which I highlight is the word implementing religious values. Implementing religious values. This is a very, a very interesting word, which I believe is not easy. We know that religious values is important. As we heard Pak Franz Weisen this morning talk about whether environmentalism can be motivated by religious or secular values. But in the context of Indonesia, and maybe not only in Indonesia, where religion is important in different part of human life, so religious value drive people to do something. But promoting people to implement religious values, in my view, is not as easy as like you promote SOP. Yeah, like promoting SOP. If you want to train people to do a good swimmer, and you give the training tools how to be a good swimmer. You have to start with this, you have to do the pernapasan, etc., and then you have to train, etc. That's an SOP. But promoting implementations of religious values is a process that is multidimensional, and we know a lot of people, they believe in something, but they don't do what they believe. That's the area of questions, in my view, in religious studies. The gap between religious belief system, the gap between religious values and behavior. Why people believe in something, but they do something else. So that's the questions. And I would like, it might be a topic related to environmentalism, a topic related to violence, peace building, topic related to mental health, as Professor talked just now. And I would like to rise to connect this issue based on my reflections on the topic which I believe all of us are now concerned with, the topic of religious moderations. Actually, when we talk about religious moderations, actually I was in Jakarta last week and I met with Professor Oman Fatur Rahman. When he is one of the one who developed the concept of religious moderations, and actually he translated in bahasa Indonesia. The word religious moderations mean moderasi beragama. Ya, moderasi beragama. It is not moderasi agama. So maybe the best translation is not religious moderations, but religiosity moderations. Because what is meant to be moderated is not the religion itself, but the religious behavior. How the people who believe in religions understand religion, understand religious text, and practice it in their perspective. And that is the multidimensional area, which I think is, all of us are scholars in Islamic studies, or in religious studies, in psychology, education, etc. We know there has always been a gap between what we believe and what we do. How do we explain the gap? That's which I think is, our common homework. So let me start with this, overview of this project called Moderasi Beragama. I hope that's not my phone. Yeah. So religious moderation is proposed as a project about 3 years ago, since 2001, I believe, as some kind of antidote to the extremisms. Because if you are moderate, you will not be led into the extremist ideas. Yeah. But of course, as an idea being thrown into the public is not come into the public in the vacuum situations. The public is already filled with many ideas. And that's why when this idea of moderasi beragama was brought into the public, a lot of people follow the trainings, and I have been part of this training team for moderasi beragama. And unsurprisingly, we got various responses. And I categorize at least 3 responses to the religious moderation's ideas. The first is they are happy with that. They believe that this campaign by the government would strengthen tolerance promotion in Indonesia. We have been doing this for long. What is added by the government with the idea of religious moderations will enhance what we have been doing. So they welcome the idea of religious moderations. But we know not everyone welcome the idea. Some people believe that moderasi beragama will weaken Muslim faith. Ya, mendangkalkan keyakinan agama atau mendangkalkan akidah. They even consider this as not only mendangkalkan akidah, but it is meant to attack Islam. It's considered as anti-Islamic biased. It is the idea which was brought by the Westerns or by imported ideas, etc. And the target is Islam. So some people respond in that way. I know if we, for example, one of the prominent voice of this response to moderasi beragama is those who has been associated with Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia. Even though Hizbut Tahrir Indonesia has been banned in Indonesia, but we know their presence is still very much felt in different ways in our different sectors of life. Moderasi beragama is also criticized by human rights activists as majority biased, because it's biased because it's come from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and the area of the administrations of the Ministry of Religious Affairs only cover the 6 religions recognized, so it does not consider the positions of those outside the 6 religions recognized by the government. So what about the minority groups like Ahmadis, like the indigenous communities? And that's why when we have a religious moderation activities, we cannot include the Penghayat. The Penghayat is not part of the campaign because the bias of the majorities. So there has been criticisms where we do not include the other criticism, but when one idea this is a belief, this is a religious values. If religious values is religious moderation, and you throw that into the society, it's not like a linear process. It's not like an SOP. There is a process, a dialectics in there, and that is the area that we need to consider. That's why my topic today is I would like to propose one perspective in religious studies, which I call constructivist perspective. There are different other perspectives, but constructivist perspective try to see a different way in the relationship. It might help also explain the gap between belief and behavior. That's the area that I think this is we need to continuously study. So some of the logic of religious moderations is like this. So peaceful and tolerant values are inherent in religious teaching. So if you read scriptures, then we believe that all in the text are peaceful. Yeah, religion is inherently peaceful. Jika ada yang tidak peaceful, and that is the manipulations of religion. Because religion is inherently peaceful. It's inherently teaching tolerance. If there are intolerant people coming from religious background, then the problem is that is the misinterpretations or the manipulations of religion. So that's the assumption, the basic assumptions. Yeah. There is problem in that. There is problem with that logic, which I will explain later. So extremism is the result of the misinterpretations of religious text, because inherently religious texts teach peace and other good values, humanities, protections of the environments, etc. So if there's a problem in that extremism, so extremism is misreading of the text. So moderation means middle path, contrasted to being excessive in religious practice. So yang dimaksud dengan jalan tengah itu yang seperti apa? What is meant by the middle path? There's a problem in there. There's questions in there. If we come to the poor and we consistently fight for the poor, days and night, for example, or for the minority, for the vulnerable people, days and night, we consistently fight for them, is that excessive? Is that middle path or not? Would that be an extreme way to fight for the poor, to fight for the vulnerable group? Is that a moderate or not? So we need to find an understanding of what is meant by moderate Islam. And if we read to the book, Buku Saku Moderasi Beragama, published by the Kemenak, they have like 4 indicators of moderasi beragama, and the 4 indicator is considered as moderate, like kemanusiaan, anti kekerasan, respect to the local culture, and nationalism, kebangsaan. In some areas, nationalism is considered as extremist ideas, especially if you promote, right-wing nationalism. Sometimes you are nationalist, sometimes you are considered as extreme. Because if you are being nationalist, you are anti-immigrant, anti-pendatang, etc. So that's some idea. So that's why I raise these questions. If all religion teach peace, why can't all religion achieve peace? So where is the problem in there? So that's the perspective of understanding, untangling, the complex relationship between belief, what is written in the text, and what is understood and practiced by the readers among the religious people. So, in my view, the factor of extremism are always multidimensional. Sometimes we assume that people who associated with the certain religious ideologies, for example, are necessarily extremists. Not sure if I can mention, for example, groups like Front Pembela Islam, for example, or groups like in Yogyakarta, we know there is one group called Front Jihad Islam, for example. These people coming and with their own ideology, and the belief that the ideology drives extremism. But in reality, many research on extremism, actually a lot of people join for different purposes. They don't really understand the ideology, but they join extremist groups from different purposes. Sometimes we also see the reality. Those coming from relatively a peaceful background, suddenly they change and they tolerate violence to some extent. So what dimensions might drive people to join extremisms? So in my view, it's always interplay between interpretation of text and interpretations of context. Sometimes, we promote ideas and we give them the dalil. We need to manage the waste, the sampah. We need to clean the environment because there is these verses, there is dalil tentang pentingnya untuk menjaga lingkungan. But sometimes what matters is not only about your understanding of the text, your understanding of the dalil, but your understandings of the reality. Interpretations of the reality, that is what matters. So this is one dialogue between myself and one leaders of an extremist organizations in Indonesia a long time ago. Not long after the Bali bombing, I met with these leaders. He came out of the prisons, and I have a chance to talk to him, and he justified the bombing, the suicide bombing. And I asked why suicide bombing is justified, and I started to aware that when he was speaking, it's not only he is not talking about only about the text, but about the context. He cited an ayah. He cited an ayah. I don't remember the Arabic memorized. I'm not have it, but he said that it is permitted for Muslim to take up arms when they are driven out of their home. Ukhriju min diyarihim. When they are driven out of their home just because they say la ilaha illallah. Just because they say la ilaha. That's the time, that is the conditions when you are allowed to take arms. The question is, driven out of their home, how do you understand that? Being driven out of your home just because you say la ilaha illallah. Can you imagine maybe like someone, you live in a village and someone come and you live peacefully in that village, you pray every day, and then suddenly someone come to your village and force you to leave your home, not allow you to stop, ask you to stop the prayer, for example. And in my view, and I asked to him, and he interpret the context of Muslim in Indonesia. So he correlated that. So text and context, the interplay between become matters here. So he said that Indonesia is the bumi of Allah, the land of Allah. It belongs to Allah. And especially the majority of those populations in Indonesia are Muslim. But in Indonesia, in this land of Allah, Muslims are not allowed to implement Sharia. Muslims are not allowed to implement Sharia. Isn't that the same, like you are being driven out of your home just because of saying La ilaha illallah? If like you have home and you want to arrange your home, where is the bedroom, what do you cook, where is the living room, etc. It's the the right of the owner of the home. The owner of the land of Indonesia is Allah. So it should be governed according to the law of Allah, to the Sharia, but the government of Indonesia does not allow Muslim to implement Sharia. That's the interpretations of reality. That's the interpretations of context that drive people to extremism. That's what I mean. If we want to promote religious values, it's not only about how we transmitted our interpretation of the dalil, but also we enter into the worldview, the experience of those who might receive our message, because we have to connect. And that's why in Islam, in the pesantren, we have this very beautiful proverb which says that khatimu ala lughati ummatikum. Speaks according to the language of those who hear your message, your respondent. And that's why we talk about human rights, we talk about environments. You know, if you thought we go to the pesantren, we used to this, fikih terms, yeah. But if we go to the other places, the fikih term might not work. We use the term environmentalism to the pesantren people. We have to find the fikih term, because that's the worldview, yeah, the context that matters, yeah. So internal diversity within religious community require contextualizations, different context, etc. I would like to, to draw this. This is one illustration which I used to take in my class in UGM. Yeah, an examples of, we know that extremism is not only Islamic problem. There are extremism in all religions. Yeah, there is one word, I find a quote. There is a Buddhist extremist in Myanmar, Ashwin Wiratu, yeah, who is considered as like the Osama bin Laden's of the Myanmar, etc. And he tried to give these words: you can be full of kindness and love, but you cannot sleep next to a mad dog. Anda bisa menjadi orang yang penuh dengan cinta kasih dan kasih sayang kelembutan. But you cannot sleep to next to a mad dog, tapi Anda tidak bisa tidur di samping anjing gila. If we are weak, our lands will become Muslim. Jika kita lemah, maka tanah kita akan direbut oleh orang-orang Islam. This is interpretations of context. This is interpretations of reality that matters. Yeah, even though we know that Buddhism teach compassion, love, kindness, etc., but context might drive them to engage in the extremism because they understand that their life are being under siege of the Muslim migrations, etc. In Myanmar. That's the interpretations that drive this. So, ya bisa jadi orang baik-baik, tapi kalau suatu saat ada orang yang mau membunuh kamu gimana? Kurang lebih seperti datang, you cannot, then you have to take up your arms. So that's why, in my view, that this discussions about religious values should consider different context. So in my background is Islam and political science, so I adopt this different perspective on faith and politics, and there are three perspectives in the way we understand where there is a gap between religious values or cultural values and the practice. Yeah, we see that there in the primordialist, instrumentalist, and constructivist perspective. Primordialist perspective, sometimes people use the word essentialist perspective. See that every culture, people have these inherent values, and people act based off these inherent values in their culture. When I say culture here, is culture, sometimes in religious studies, culture is not differentiated from religion, because religion is also part of culture. So, inherent means something yang melekat di dalam satu agama, peaceful or violence, ya. And people associated themselves based on the similarity of their religious belief. So belief move people, and that's why belief system, teachings, dalil is an independent variable independen yang menggerakkan manusia. Jadi dengan there is a belief, and it is this belief that make people do something differently. Then you have to intervene on that belief, yeah. So that's the primordialist perspective, yeah. But instrumentalist is the opposite. Instrumentalists believe that people act, even though they seems to be doing what they're doing based on the religious identity, but it's actually only a manipulations is only a reflections of the political and socio-economic interest. Jadi tindakan itu sebenarnya motivasi terbesarnya adalah ekonomi dan politik yang dibungkus di dalam bungkus agama. So agama, religious belief is only instrument here. It's only an instrument. So the FBI might forcefully close the discotheque. But what make FBI forcefully close the discotheque? Not because the discotheque is doing the maksiat, but because they have some other interests. And the discourse of maksiat, the wacana of maksiat is only instrumentalized by these hardliner groups for the other purposes. So that's the instrumentalist perspective. So if you are instrumentalist, then you only see religions as a tool. What is most important is something else. If the tool is useful, then you use it. But if it's not useful, then you leave it. That's the instrument, ya. Hanya alat saja, gitu kan. This remind me, during the Soeharto eras, we have this program Keluarga Berencana, the family planning, the governments need to, to promote this idea that maximum only have two children. But the traditions of Muslim that the more children, the more the more reward you get, yeah, the more risky you get, for example. And they want to limit the number of children. Then the government come to the MUI, and then the MUI issued a fatwa that give a dalil of the importance of limiting the number of children, for example. But what if in other contexts the government want to, the Indonesia has a crisis of populations like what happened in China today, what happened in Japan today, then maybe the fatwa will be modified. The more children they will return to this, this teaching that, the more children you have, the more reward, the more pahala you get, the more religious you are, because the government has this idea that a lot of people, they avoid to get married and they don't like to have children, etc. And that's what happened now in some countries. So my proposal is that, and this is the two, I think if you want to use this moderate perspective, try to bridge the perspective between primordialist and constructivist perspective. So the constructivist perspective believe that there is always a dialectic relations between the experience of the people and the text that they read, the religions. So if you want to promote any religious values, what is most important in my view is to understand their experience, to enter into the narrative of the people. And if you are coming from Fakultas Dakwah, I think this is or Fakultas Tarbiyah, yeah, Fakultas Tarbiyah, you want to teach people how to do, to promote good values. And I think what is the art of Dakwah is not only about delivering the dalil, delivering the message, but also how do we present them in the way that might resonate into the worldview, ya, yang masuk di dalam cara pandang dunia orang-orang yang mau kita sasar. So in summary, primordialist perspective consider that there is embedded religious value that shape religious behavior and social cleavage and political alliance. Yeah, just because you are NO and you are coming from a similar background of NO, then you will vote for this candidate, and then you will vote for this, you will support for this position, for these positions. So there is embedded cultural bias in every human being. That's primordialist perspective. The instrumentalist is the opposite. What appears as religious behavior is the result of political and economic struggle, manipulated by the so-called political entrepreneurs. Jadi aktor yang berperan itu adalah para pialang-pialang politik saja. So the constructivist perspective believe that interplay between religious values and socio-economic experience shape religious views and behavior. We have to consider the interplay between the different dimensions of life. So I think that's what I would like to propose. Yeah, and in my slide, I hope that you will get a slide from this conference. And in my slides, I promote, something that might also help enrich, the way we promote cohesion in society. Is not only the moderate values of religions, but that's what I have been doing, is to promote some kind of what I call as religious literacy. Religious literacy. 2 minutes, yeah. I wanna quote this 5 competency of religious literacy, which is proposed by the American Academy of Religions, which I think is important now for us. If people have religiously literate, ya, dibedakan antara orang yang literate secara agama dan orang yang alim. Orang yang alim itu orang yang pemahaman agamanya dalam, tapi orang yang literat secara agama itu berbeda. So these are the indicator of religious literacy, yeah, and this is, I think, the job of religious teacher, the job of those from Fakultas Tarbiyah, Fakultas Adab, and other from Fakultas Syariah as well, probably, yeah. So the first is discern accurate and credible knowledge about diverse religious traditions and expression. Jadi awareness that the unavoidable diversity within religious life, within religious teaching. Jadi kesadaran bahwa ada keragaman pemahaman di dalam agama itu penting. Dan itu kalau orang mempunyai pemahaman tentang keragaman di dalam agama, maka secara otomatis dia akan menjadi moderat. Jadi kebiasaan untuk menerima keragaman internal di dalam agama. So understand how religion have shaped and being shaped by experience, history, and community and nation. So memahami keterkaitan antara agama dengan konteks itu akan membuat orang literate secara agama. Interpret how religious expression make use of cultural symbols, distinguish confessions and prescriptive statement made by religion from descriptive and analytical statement. So these 5 competencies that I use in my religious studies class at UGM, and we believe that by teaching religion in this way, students are not losing their faith. They still keep the faith, while at the same time they also being open to different belief systems and to be more tolerant. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the insightful talk. Yeah. Okay, so now we move to the Q&A session because we are almost running out of time. So I will please 2 attendants to raise questions, please. Anybody want to address a question to Dr. Abdulaziz or to Dr. Muhammad Iqbal? Anyone? Oh yeah, in the back, Mas Akil. One is in the back and the second one is here. One in the back. Please be specific to whom you are addressing. Boleh juga pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya coba pakai bahasa Indonesia saja. For the last speaker, my name is Muhammad Daud. I am from the UIN Khas Kiai Haji Ahmad Siddiq Jember. How do you explain about the phenomenon of the like a bomber or something like that? Orang-orang yang secara, you said that embedded education or embedded religious value, tapi nyatanya mereka ada beberapa orang yang kemudian mereka secara agama juga they have religious parents and religious environment, but sometimes when they took wrong environment, kemudian mereka kebawa kepada majelis-majelis taklim or liko or something like that, dan kemudian they do the wrong way to understand the religion. Jadi maksud saya bahwa sebenarnya beberapa mahasiswa kami yang ada sebuah survei yang kami lakukan, beberapa mahasiswa kami yang memang they have religious background, especially in the pesantren, mereka memiliki keyakinan yang tinggi terhadap moderation, multicultural dan sebagainya. Tapi kemudian mereka yang memiliki background di pendidikan umum, misalnya SMA negeri atau bahkan madrasah aliyah, tapi tidak memiliki background di pesantren, hanya orang tuanya saja, mereka bisa dengan mudah terbawa pada kelompok-kelompok yang kemudian membawa mereka pada paham-paham yang tidak memahami pada persoalan-persoalan moderasi. Saya pernah 2 kali melakukan riset tentang radikalisme, intolerance dan fundamentalisme di Surabaya. Mereka paling banyak itu beroperasi atau menjadikan target pada mahasiswa-mahasiswa di perguruan tinggi umum yang memiliki ranking yang lumayan, misalnya di ITS, di Unair atau di Brawijaya kalau di Jawa Timur. Dan mereka sudah jelas targetednya anak-anak yang memang mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang tidak memiliki background pesantren. Kalau mereka memiliki background pesantren, dengan sendirinya mereka kemudian mundur, tidak meneruskan pola-pola yang akan mereka lakukan. Saya kira ini perlu penjelasan bagaimana terus kemudian kenapa yang dari anak-anak yang backgroundnya ini adalah umum, terus kemudian mereka dengan mudahnya bukan hanya terinfiltrasi, tapi kemudian mereka terpapar dan sampai susah sekali untuk melakukan penyadaran-penyadaran. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Bisa langsung dijawab, Pak. Satu lagi, boleh. Silahkan, Pak Akil. Jadi tentang tadi jelasnya kenapa teman-teman yang intelektual tinggi itu lebih mudah terpapar paham-paham radikal ya, meskipun mungkin background keluarganya itu agamanya cukup baik. Silahkan, the next question.
Okay, my name is Ferry. I'm from CRCS UGM. I asked to Mr. Iqbal. Mr. Iqbal, what's your opinion about the moderation religiosity make a new site in religious life in Indonesia? I mean that based of moderation of religious, the book from Litbang Kemenak mentioned about left and right extreme, and mention about extreme kiri and extreme kanan, and I think can make a new group about a moderation group and unmoderation group. Like Jehovah Witness, this community out of reach of moderation group like FKUB. I think from the book mention about ya ada yang kanan, ada yang kiri, bisa menimbulkan, dan moderasi beragama itu berada di tengah-tengah, seperti itu. Saya mengkhawatirkan hal ini bisa menimbulkan sisi baru, sehingga ada grup yang menyatakan, oh saya ada orang-orang yang moderat, dan ada orang-orang yang dicap sebagai tidak moderat karena tidak bergabung di dalam satu grup yang menganut moderasi beragama. Thank you.
Ya, Oke, thank you very much. Dengan Mas siapa? Bapak siapa?
Ferry.
Ferry. Oke. Please, silakan.
Thank you. Ternyata ada mahasiswa di sini. Alright. Untuk Bapak ya, untuk pertanyaan yang the first questions. One of the important process of radicalizations is one stage called socialization. Dalam proses radikalisasi itu ada satu tahapan sebelum orang bergabung, itu adalah sosialisasi. Nah, sosialisasi itu maksudnya adalah the process of people getting a cognitive dissonance and emotional attachment to those who they find they comfortable with. I also studied many students at Gajah Mada University and other also prestigious universities. Proses radikalisasi tidak selalu diawali dengan mereka memahami ideologi. So the leader, the activists of Hizbut Tahrir, when they recruit someone, or maybe Jemaah Islamiyah, when they target students, these young students coming from Kalimantan, from Sulawesi, and go to these big cities, big universities, and they already see the target. And they will approach to them, and they will not talk about Khilafah. They will not talk about Islamic State. The first thing that they will talk is about where do you find the kos-kosan? Apakah sudah registrasi? Apakah sudah registrasi? Kalau belum registrasi, ayo saya bantu to find the place of registrasi. Kalau belum dapat kos-kosan, ayo kita bantu cari kos-kosan. They will not talk about Islamic State ideology in the first. That's the process of socialization. Once they got this emotional attachment, they find it comfortable. Ya, wah, ini orangnya baik, orangnya asik, orangnya nyaman, membuat kita nyaman gitu kan. Especially if you are, a strangers in the big city, you need someone like that. You really need someone like that. And they do the halaqah. And the halaqah will not talk about the ideology. The halaqah will only belajar tahsin, ya. Tadarus Quran, membaca Quran dan lain-lain. That's the process of socializations. And then at a certain stage, they will start learning about the ideology. But often the ideology is come the latest. Ideologi itu datang paling akhir. Sebelum sampai ideologi, itu adalah apa yang disebut sebagai menanamkan mental ketakutan di dalam mindset seseorang. Siege mentality, a sense of victimization of Muslim. Itu rumus, ya, itu rumus. Ya, once I spoke with the Ali Imran. Ya, Ali Imran now still in the prisons because he is the one who create the bomb. Yeah, he is the architect of the bomb in Bali Bombing 1 and Bali Bombing 2, and he is very proud of explaining how he designed the bomb, etc. And what drive him? Of course, there are many factors because of family, yeah. Because his brothers married this one and this one. There's a family linkages that connect them to this. But also the process of socialization has finished. Bagi orang yang punya keluarga seperti itu, sosialisasinya sudah selesai di awal. Setelah sosialisasi selesai, maka adalah menanamkan mental victimization of Muslim. So the narrative of Muslim dizalimi itu sebenarnya resep radikalisasi. Resep radikalisasi. Narasi Muslim dizalimi, walaupun ya pastilah ada Muslim dizalimi, tapi yang dizalimi tidak hanya Muslim saja kan. Yang menjadi korban kezaliman di Indonesia itu tidak hanya Muslim saja, orang-orang dari agama lain juga jadi korban kezaliman. Tetapi the narrative is that Muslim is being treated unjustly everywhere in the world, in Rohingya, in Palestine, in India, etc. That's the process of cognitive opening, ya. Itu proses pembukaan cara berpikir yang membuat orang yang menjelaskan, oh ternyata yang terjadi saya itu karena saya Muslim. Yang terjadi pada saudara saya karena mereka Muslim, karena kita tinggal dalam sistem yang anti Islam, dan itu what drive radicalization. Kenapa yang berasal dari fakultas-fakultas yang studi agama less vulnerable to those coming from the science? Ya, menurut saya literasi agama itu penting. Jadi karena mereka yang datang dari pesantren itu punya fondasi literasi agama, sehingga mereka less vulnerable to the process of socializations. Tapi bukan tidak mungkin. Ada banyak kasus. In Solo there are places in Tawangmangu. I have friend who studied these villages in Tawangmangu. These are traditional villages. And this group started to open, and they come to their villages not by opening religious schools. They come to the villages by opening koperasi simpan pinjam. Ya, koperasi simpan pinjam. This petani, they need to get rid of this rentenir because they used to borrow money from rentenir. Rentenir is like English, the rentenir, the loan. Yeah. And then they indebted to the rentenir and they free them from the rentenir. And that's become some kind, exactly the same what happened dengan mahasiswa baru yang kemudian dicarikan kos-kosan. They develop some kind of process of socializations and eventually they get attracted. So menurut saya penjelasannya diantaranya menurut saya adalah daya resisten ya, daya tangkal yang dimiliki oleh generasi pesantren untuk tidak tertarik ke dalam sosialisasi. Tetapi kalau kemudian mereka masuk dalam proses sosialisasi, maka potensi untuk bergabung sangat ada. So that's I hope that explains, help answer your questions. Yeah, the last questions to Mas Ferry. I think religious moderation itu I think the Kemenak itself now they started to actually evaluate whether jalan tengah is the right translations of religious moderation. Jalan tengah. Karena seperti yang saya katakan tadi di awal, interpretasi jalan tengah itu sangat bervariasi. And I think if you want to follow the Kemenak's ideas of religious moderations, I think not the jalan tengah translations what is matter. What matters is the indicators of religious moderation. Jadi misalnya indikatornya adalah anti kekerasan, anti diskriminasi. Seharusnya perjuangannya adalah mencegah kekerasan, mencegah diskriminasi. Apakah itu jalan tengah atau tidak? Ya itu berbeda hal yang lain, tapi yang paling penting adalah prinsipnya adalah kemanusiaan, jalan tengah, dan anti diskriminasi. So there are 4 indicators, ya, which I think that's the essence of religious moderations, ya, the fundamental essential of religious moderation indikator: kebangsaan, anti kekerasan, toleransi, dan respect to budaya lokal. So I think we need to talk about substantif moderasi beragama, bukan programatik moderasi beragama. Substansi moderasi beragama substantif itu adalah moderasi beragama yang mengedepankan pada nilai-nilai yang termuat di dalam indikator moderasi beragama, baik itu disebut sebagai program moderasi beragama atau tidak. I went to SMA di sekolah negeri karena saya melakukan riset tentang moderasi beragama, and I went to this high school in Jakarta, and I asked them. I even went to this multinational companies. We come to them and ask, do you implement moderasi beragama? Ketika kita tanya apakah mereka mengamalkan moderasi beragama, jawaban mereka, kita ada pelajar Pancasila, kita ada corporate values, ya, corporate values, ada akhlak misalnya, singkatannya panjang gitu, akhlak itu kan sama sekali nggak menyebut istilah moderasi beragama. But the substances are in line with the moderasi beragama. Jadi saya kira kita perlu menggeser wacana moderasi beragama dari moderasi beragama yang programatik, yang seminar-seminar tadi itu, menjadi moderasi beragama yang lebih substantif. Yang lebih substantif itu sudah jalan di masyarakat. Sudah ada di masyarakat kita, tinggal bagaimana tuh kita angkat, which are in line with the moderasi beragama, whether we call them moderasi beragama atau tidak. And that's more genuine, that's more generic, and that's more long lasting in my view. And that's what I think, those on the decision maker positions in the moderasi agama, moderasi beragama agenda, I think need to go into that directions. That's my personal view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the answer, also for the question. What a fruitful discussion. Unfortunately, we are already 10 minutes exceeding the schedule, so we would like to finish our discussion of today. So here is the end of the plenary session, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, it has been a fruitful and fulfilling discussion thoroughly. Before I close this session, I would like to thank all the wonderful speakers. Please give a big round of applause for sharing with us the knowledge in many different fields. Thank you very much, Dr. Iqbal. Thank you very much, Professor Franz Wiesen. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Aziz. Thank you very much for your insightful talk. Okay, also to everyone, as the moderator of this session, I would like to send my apology should you find some inappropriateness or inconveniences during the session. Thank you very much. And after this session, we will have a break for about 1 hour. We will have a break for Isoma, istirahat, and then Salat, and then we will also have lunch in the first floor. And after that, you will be directed to the parallel session. We hope that you will enjoy the rest of the program and will finally get new insight and ideas in the implementing religious values through transdisciplinary studies for human civilization. Ada pengumuman, panitia? Silakan. Before the announcement, I would like to close my session. Let us close this session by reciting Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much. Have a very good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Ibu, untuk makan siang disediakan di 2 tempat. Yang satu tempat ada di samping kiri ruangan ini, kemudian yang satu tempat lagi ada di lantai bawah. Jadi nanti mungkin bisa dibagi 2, deretan sana 1, 2, 3, 4 bisa di ruangan samping ruangan ini. Kemudian yang sebelah kanan saya, sisi 4 deret kanan saya bisa di lantai bawah, di lantai 1. Dan kembali lagi ke ruangan ini untuk plenary sessionnya jam 13.30 atau jam setengah 2. Terima kasih.
Masih bira-biri sini. Oh, ada di. Mau kita kolomnya. Kasih ya. Si Aken tadi tak tanya katanya mau ngajak pulang enggak tahu. Dia lagi aktivitas Aken. Oh iya. Apa orang nih? Daftar. Apa mau? Sama pacar ini. Oh. Oh di Jogja atau mau? Nah. Ya. Lancar-lancar ke lancar-lancar. Akhirnya namun dia aku Mas. Alhamdulillah, selamat. Selamat. Amin. Penting dokter mana? Ada profesor ya tuan ya? Ambil itu ngumpul profesor kan ya? Bisa ya kan? Nah, nama apa bisa ya Mas? Oke. Tuh.